Ancient myths often hide profound human truths within their shadows. We are about to explore one of the darkest, the story of Lamia, the child-eating demon of Greek lore. By the end of our journey, you will understand how a tale of divine love and vengeance became a universal symbol of primal fear, what transformed a beautiful queen into a monster, and why did her curse resonate for thousands of years. I am always curious to know where these stories find you. Feel free to share where you are listening from and the local time there as we settle in. This is not a simple ghost story, but a layered tragedy of a woman caught between gods, a narrative that challenges our ideas of monsters and victims. What does it mean when a monster is born from unbearable grief? Her story begins not in a monster's lair, but within the sun-drenched walls of a royal palace. Long before her name became a whisper of terror, Lamia was a queen, ruling over the ancient kingdom of Libya with grace and power. Historical whispers suggest she was no ordinary mortal, but a daughter of the sea god Poseidon himself, born of the ocean's might and destined for a life touched by divinity. Imagine her in those early days, a figure of awe and beauty, her authority unquestioned, her court a center of culture and wealth. She lived a life draped in luxury, surrounded by the finest silks, the most exquisite foods, and the unwavering loyalty of her people. This was a woman who commanded respect, a sovereign whose very presence spoke of stability and noble lineage. The early fragments of her myth are brief, but they consistently point to this exalted origin. She was not born from darkness, but from the glittering intersection of divine favor and earthly royalty. This foundation makes her transformation so profoundly unsettling. We are not watching a beast emerge from the shadows. We are witnessing a monument of human achievement and divine connection being shattered from the outside. What force could possibly topple a queen loved by her people and favored by the gods? The answer lies in a single fateful glance from the king of Olympus himself. It was this very radiance that caught the wandering eye of Zeus, the king of the gods, known for his many mortal dalliances, found himself captivated not just by Lamia's beauty, but by her regal spirit. A passionate, secret love affair began to bloom between the mortal queen and the divine ruler of all Olympus. Picture their stolen moments not as a simple fling, but as a profound connection shrouded in secrecy. Their meetings would have been arranged under the cover of night, perhaps in secluded groves or within the deepest chambers of her palace, far from prying eyes. The air would have been thick with the scent of night-blooming jasmine and the electric charge of divine presence. For Lamia, this was more than an honor, it was a transformation. She was no longer just a queen of a single kingdom. She was the chosen companion of the sky itself, her mortal life suddenly illuminated by a love that felt eternal and boundless. Zeus, in his way, was genuinely enamored, and their union was said to have been fruitful, blessed with children. This intimacy, this divine favor, became Lamia's greatest vulnerability. For in the glittering halls of Mount Olympus, another watched this secret romance unfold with a fury that could shatter the world. Hera, the queen of the gods and Zeus's wife, was the embodiment of jealous wrath. Every whispered secret between Zeus and Lamia was a betrayal etched into Hera's heart, and her gaze, once merely disapproving, now fixed upon the mortal queen with a chilling and singular purpose. Lamia's great love had unknowingly placed her directly in the crosshairs of a goddess's vengeance, setting a tragedy into motion that no mortal, not even a queen, could possibly hope to escape. Hera's discovery was inevitable. In the world of the gods, secrets are fragile things, carried on the wind and reflected in the waters of every spring. When the truth of Zeus's new passion finally reached her, it did not arrive as a shock, but as a confirmation of a deep, searing betrayal. Her reaction was not a momentary outburst of anger. It was the awakening of a cold, tectonic fury. This was not merely the jealousy of a spouse, it was the wrath of a sovereign whose very domain, the sacred institution of marriage, had been publicly defiled by her own king. In Lamia, Hera saw more than a rival. She saw a mortal audacity that threatened the cosmic order she was sworn to uphold. Every gift Zeus bestowed upon the Libyan queen, every whispered promise, was a theft from Hera's own dignity. Her vengeance, therefore, would be meticulously crafted. It would not be a swift strike of lightning, but a slow psychological unraveling designed to inflict a punishment that matched the scale of the insult. She would target not just Lamia's happiness, but her very identity, transforming the queen's greatest treasures into the instruments of her eternal torment. This divine retribution was a calculated force, a storm gathering silently over a life that still believed itself bathed in sunlight. Hera's vengeance descended not with fire, but with a silent, surgical cruelty. While Lamia slept, perhaps dreaming of her divine lover and their future, the goddess agents slipped into the royal nursery. One by one, her children were taken. Some versions of the myth say they were murdered outright, others that they were simply vanished, stolen away to a place beyond any mother's reach. The details vary, but the result was the same. Lamia awoke to a silence more terrible than any scream, to empty cradles and a palace suddenly hollowed of all meaning. The queen who had everything found herself standing in a void, her heart not just broken, but systematically erased. This was Hera's masterpiece of punishment. She did not strike at Lamia's life, she obliterated her reason for living. The love that had drawn Zeus' eye, the maternal joy that had defined her, was now the source of an infinite howling agony. Lamia's grief was not a process, it was a new state of being. She wandered her halls, a phantom in her own kingdom, her royal robes meaningless, her crown a weight of absurdity. The world had lost all color, all sound, save for the relentless echo of that loss. But Hera was not finished. A punishment this profound demanded an eternal dimension. And so the goddess twisted the knife. In her divine malice, she cursed Lamia with a second, even more horrific fate. The unbearable sorrow that consumed the queen was transformed into a physical, monstrous hunger. The love she could no longer give to her own children mutated into a compulsive need to steal that same joy from others. Lamia was driven from her palace not by soldiers, but by this new, awful instinct. She began to stalk the night, her elegant form now a predator's silhouette, her tears of grief now fueling a hunt for the children of strangers. In a single, devastating curse, Hera had achieved a perfect circle of torment. She made Lamia both the ultimate victim and the ultimate monster, forcing her to eternally reenact her own deepest trauma upon the innocent. Every child she sought was a phantom of her own, and every act of predation was a fresh laceration on her soul. This was no longer just a story of a jealous wife. It was the birth of a new kind of terror, one born directly from the ashes of a love that was too great for the world to hold. The queen's form began to mirror the ruin within her soul. Her beauty, once celebrated, twisted into a nightmare vision. Ancient poets and vase painters struggled to capture her new reality, offering fragmented and terrifying glimpses. In some accounts, the goddess Hera, in a final act of cruelty, stole Lamia's ability to rest, forcing her eyes to remain eternally open. Unable to close them, Lamia plucked her own eyes out, leaving hollow, weeping sockets, a physical symbol of a grief so vast she could no longer bear to witness the world. Other traditions describe a more bestial metamorphosis. Her legs fused and elongated into a powerful, coiling serpent's tail, her skin taking on a scaled reptilian sheen. Her hands, which once gently held her own children, might have twisted into sharp, bestial claws, tools perfectly designed for a predator's grim work. This was not a random assortment of monster parts. Every alteration served as a brutal metaphor. The serpentine lower body connected her to the earth, to hidden places and silent strikes, embodying the stealth and suddenness of her tragic compulsion. The removed eyes represented her inward turn, a soul forever blinded to joy and focused only on replicating its own loss. She became a walking paradox, a creature of immense power driven by the most profound powerlessness. Her new form was a prison and a uniform, making her grief visible and terrifying to all. No longer could anyone look upon her and see the tragic queen, only the monstrous result of divine vengeance. She was now, in every sense, the child-eating demon, her external horror a perfect match for the internal agony that Hera had engineered. This transformation completed her exile from the human world, sealing a fate where her only solace was in spreading the very torment she could not escape. The myth of Lamia did not remain a distant tragedy on a foreign shore. It seeped into the very fabric of daily life in ancient Greece, transforming from a divine punishment into a domestic terror. Her name became the ultimate tool of maternal authority, a whispered word in the dim light of a child's bedroom. If a young one fussed at bedtime or wandered too far from the hearth, a mother might quietly say, "Be still, or Lamia will hear you." She was no longer just Zeus's forsaken lover. She was the reason children stayed close and obeyed. This was how the myth lived and breathed, not in scrolls, but in the primal fear between a parent and a child. The story gave a shape and a name to the formless dread every caregiver feels, the fear of a silent threat in the darkness, the vulnerability of a sleeping infant. Lamia provided the answer to the unanswerable question plaguing ancient societies, where infant mortality was tragically common. Why did a healthy child sometimes not wake in the morning? The terrifying, comforting answer was Lamia. She was the explanation for the unexplainable, a monster one could blame, whose rules one could theoretically follow to keep safe. Do not let your child cry out at night. Do not leave them unattended. Keep the lamps burning. These were not just precautions, they were incantations against a very specific demon. Her legend offered a bizarre kind of order in a chaotic world, turning random tragedy into a narrative with a villain, and therefore with the potential for prevention. In this way, the grief-stricken queen became a societal safeguard, her horrific story used to enforce the behaviors that communities believed would protect their most precious treasures. This literary evolution from folk tale to written horror is captured in two pivotal ancient texts. Our first clear glimpse comes from the historian Diodorus Siculus, writing in the 1st century before the Common Era. In his vast library of world history, Diodorus treats Lamia not as a bedtime monster, but as a political figure. He records her simply as a beautiful queen of Libya, whose children were killed by the wrath of Hera, and who, in her grief, retreated to a remote cave. Here, the monstrous transformation is muted. Diodorus focuses on her tragic origin, the historical kernel of a queen who suffered a great wrong. She is a figure of pity, a woman whose story explains strange rituals in her homeland, where parents would frighten children with her name. This version feels almost archaeological, an attempt to rationalize a terrifying myth by grounding it in a real, grieving woman. But a myth this powerful refuses to be contained by history alone. Over 3 centuries later, the story twists into something far more visceral and personal in the writings of Philostratus. In his Life of Apollonius of Tyana, Lamia is no longer a distant queen or a cave-dwelling symbol. She is an active, predatory phantom, and we see her through the unblinking eyes of a holy man. The philosopher Apollonius, a traveling sage known for exposing frauds and spirits, arrives in the city of Corinth. There, a young man named Menipus is about to marry a breathtakingly beautiful, wealthy foreign woman. Everyone is enchanted by her except Apollonius. He sees the truth. This woman is a Lamia. In a chilling public confrontation, Apollonius addresses the illusion. he declares that this bride and all her splendid possessions, the gold, the servants, the lavish feast, are nothing but phantoms crafted from air and shadow. They are the trappings of a mirage designed to lure Menipus to his doom so she may devour his youthful vitality. Under his gaze, the glorious banquet is revealed as a table of ashes and bones, and the beautiful woman vanishes with a shriek. This account is a monumental shift. Philostratus transforms Lamia from a generalized child snatcher into a sophisticated, deceptive predator. She no longer lurks in the wilderness, she infiltrates society. Her weapon is not brute force, but seduction and illusion, preying on desire and wish fulfillment. She becomes the embodiment of the dangerous stranger, the too good to be true offer, the beautiful lie that hides a consuming emptiness. This literary journey from Diodorus to Philostratus shows a myth hardening into its most enduring form. Lamia evolves from a historical queen to a psychological specter, a creature that exploits not just the vulnerability of children, but the deepest cravings of the human heart. The confrontation in Corinth was not a battle of claws and fangs, but a duel of perception. The young man, Menipus, was utterly enchanted. He believed he had found a miraculous love, a woman of stunning beauty and immense wealth who asked for nothing but his companionship. Their wedding feast was prepared, a lavish display meant to be the start of his charmed new life. Apollonius, the traveling sage, observed it all with a cold, knowing eye. He approached the gathering not as a guest, but as an investigator of truth. When he faced the radiant bride, his words cut through the celebration like a winter wind. He did not accuse her of being a monster in the traditional sense. Instead, he declared her entire existence and the splendid reality she had constructed to be an elaborate fiction. "You are a phantom," he asserted. "All this gold, these silks, even this feast laid before us, they are mere apparitions, crafted from air and shadow to ensnare the unwary. Your purpose is not love, but consumption. You wish to devour this young man, not his flesh, but his vitality, his future, his very soul." The Lamia, exposed so completely, could only respond with defiance that quickly crumbled into desperation. She pleaded with Apollonius, asking why he would deny a philosopher such a pleasant fantasy. But for Apollonius, philosophy was the pursuit of absolute truth, and a pleasant fantasy built on a lie was a poison. His gaze was the ultimate tool, a lens that dissolved illusion. Under its power, the magnificent banquet was revealed for what it truly was, a grim table set with ashes, bones, and potsherds. The beautiful bride, her deception unsustainable, let out a wailing shriek and vanished from the sight of all. This episode transforms the Lamia myth forever. She is no longer just a beast of the nursery, but a sophisticated predator of the mind. Her threat is seduction, not just abduction. She offers the fulfillment of deepest desires, wealth, love, and pleasure. But these gifts are hollow traps that lead only to emptiness. Apollonius represents the human weapon against such a creature, not a sword or a spell, but disciplined reason, self-awareness, and the relentless questioning of surfaces. In this philosophical exorcism, the Lamia becomes the ultimate tester of wisdom. She asks a terrifying question of every person she encounters. Can you tell the difference between a truth that nourishes and a beautiful lie that consumes? The philosophical exorcism in Corinth reveals a truth far more unsettling than a simple monster. Lamia's power lies not in her claws, but in what she represents, a constellation of ancient primal fears given a woman's face. At her core, she embodies a specific toxic form of envy the Greeks called phthonос. This was not mere jealousy, but a resentful, destructive spite that actively wishes to spoil and consume the happiness of others. Hera's own phthonos created Lamia, and in turn, Lamia's curse forces her to enact that same spoiling envy upon the world. Every child she targets is a symbol of domestic joy and future lineage, things she can never have again. Her predation is a grotesque performance of that corrosive emotion, an endless loop where her own stolen happiness must be stolen from others. This transforms her into the ultimate monstrous feminine, a figure where profound grief curdles into outward violence. Her story asks a harrowing question: what happens when the most natural, nurturing love a person can feel is severed at its root? In Lamia's case, that love does not simply vanish, it inverts. The energy that once built a home and cradled infants now fuels a compulsion to destroy those very things. This makes her a terrifying cautionary symbol about emotion without bounds. In the Greek worldview, balance and moderation were sacred. Lamia is the living consequence of excess, a being so utterly consumed by loss that she becomes loss itself, wandering the world to replicate her inner void. Yet there is another, darker layer to her symbolism. Lamia also functions as a patriarchal projection, a nightmare crafted from societal anxieties. Consider her origins. She was a powerful, sexually autonomous queen who engaged in a relationship outside the sanctioned bonds of marriage, directly challenging Hera's domain. Her punishment, therefore, can be read as a divine reinforcement of social order. She is what happens when female power and sexuality operate outside of the approved roles of wife and mother. The myth takes a woman who stepped beyond those boundaries and literally monsterizes her, transforming her into a warning for all who might dare to do the same. Her predatory nature, especially toward children, perverts the ultimate maternal instinct, suggesting that a woman unmoored from her prescribed social function becomes a danger to the very institution of the family she was meant to uphold. This symbolic duality makes her endlessly resonant. She is both a profound victim, invoking our pity for her stolen children and shattered life, and a terrifying aggressor, confirming deep-seated fears about the chaos of untamed female emotion and power. She is the grief that eats the world and the envy that poisons the well of community. In her serpentine form and haunting cry, the ancients grappled with the darkest potentials of the human heart and the terrifying possibility that the very forces which create life, when twisted, could become the most efficient engines of its destruction. Her very name whispers of the abyss she inhabits. The word Lamia itself is not a random invention, but a linguistic key that unlocks the core of her horror. Scholars tracing its roots find it likely derives from the ancient Greek word lamos, meaning throat or gullet. This is a chillingly direct connection. It does not describe her beauty, her royalty, or her grief. It names the instrument of her curse, the consuming maw, the endless hunger that defines her monstrous existence. To call her Lamia is to call her the gullet, a being whose identity is reduced to a primal, devouring function. Another possible origin points to Lamiros, meaning gluttonous, which paints a similar picture of insatiable appetite. This linguistic choice is profoundly deliberate. It tells us that in the collective imagination of the ancient world, her most essential, memorable feature was not her tragic past, but the terrifying action that past produced. She is named for what she does, not for who she was. This naming practice roots her in a very physical, visceral fear, the fear of being swallowed, consumed, and erased. Yet the trail of her name may lead even further back, across the sea to the cradle of civilization itself. Some historians see a compelling echo in the fearsome Mesopotamian demon Lamashtu. This entity, depicted with a lioness's head and donkey's teeth, was specifically known as a stealer and slayer of infants, a bringer of disease who preyed upon mothers and children. The similarities are striking, and trade routes between Mesopotamia and Greece were well established. It is possible the name and the core concept of a child-hunting demon traveled west, where it was woven into Greek mythology and given the specific tragic backstory of Zeus and Hera. This theory suggests Lamia is more than a local legend. She is a piece of ancient cross-cultural nightmare fuel, a universal archetype of maternal anxiety that found a powerful and enduring form in Greek lore. Her name, therefore, carries a double history, a Greek description of her monstrous act, potentially layered over an even older Mesopotamian template of terror. Across the scattered islands and rugged mountains of ancient Greece, the story of Lamia refused to stay still. Like a whisper passed from village to village, the tale twisted and adapted, taking on the colors of each local landscape and the specific fears of every community. In some regions, particularly those looking back toward her Libyan origins, Lamia remained a singular, tragic figure, the doomed queen punished by Hera, a unique monster born from a unique divine conflict. Her story was a grand opera of gods and mortals, a cautionary tale from a legendary past. But travel to the remote highlands of Arcadia, or listen to the stories told in the shadows of Thessalian forests, and you would hear something different. Here, Lamia was not one, but many, people spoke of Lamii, a whole species of female demons lurking in the wild places. These beings shared the core horror. They were child snatchers, creatures of envy who preyed upon the vulnerable, but they lacked the elaborate royal backstory. They were a natural hazard, like wolves or sudden storms, a part of the ecosystem of fear that surrounded every isolated homestead. This shift from a singular name to a plural category is profound. It tells us that for many ordinary people, the specific myth of Zeus and Hera was less important than the tangible, terrifying function Lamia served. The concept of a being that steals children was so universally needed, so essential for explaining misfortune and enforcing behavior, that communities multiplied her. She became a type of creature, not just an individual, because the danger she represented felt ever-present and numerous. The landscape itself shaped her methods. In rocky, cave-filled regions, Lamii were said to dwell in deep, damp caverns, emerging only at night to slither towards sleeping villages. Near marshes or lonely stretches of road, they might hide among the reeds, their serpentine tails allowing them to move with silent, liquid grace. In some local tales, their hunting strategy grew more sophisticated, reflecting the anxieties of the tellers. A Lamia might not always attack directly. Some stories describe them using enchanting songs or appearing as beautiful, distressed women to lure kind-hearted travelers or protective parents away from their posts, creating an opening to strike. This variation shows folklore doing its practical work. The story adapted to warn against specific behaviors. Do not wander near those caves. Do not stop for a stranger by the lonely marsh. Do not be distracted by a pretty song when your duty is to guard the hearth. Each local version of the Lamia was a custom-built tool for survival, her legend molded to address the unique dangers and geographical features of the place. Perhaps the most telling adaptations were the attempts to control her. Different communities developed their own folk rituals, their own specific keys to the lock of this terror. In some areas, it was believed that Lamii were obsessive counters, scattering poppy seeds or lentils at a doorway or around a cradle would force the demon to stop and count each tiny seed, a task that could occupy her until the sun rose and drove her away. This ritual combines deep psychological insight with everyday materials. It imagines the monster as having a compulsive, childlike mind, vulnerable to distraction, and it gives powerless parents a tangible action, a way to fight back using nothing more than the contents of their pantry. Other traditions focused on her stolen gaze. The belief that Lamia could remove her eyes led to protective amulets featuring grotesque eyes, meant to confuse or repel her. Still, other practices involved iron, a substance often considered purifying in folklore, placed near a child's bed. These localized defenses highlight the most human response to myth. People did not just fear the story, they engaged with it, they negotiated, they tried to find loopholes in the curse to outsmart the narrative of helplessness. By inventing these counters, communities reclaimed a sliver of agency, transforming a tale of absolute divine punishment into a problem that could, with the right knowledge and a handful of seeds, be managed. This is the living heart of folklore. It was not a rigid scripture, but a conversation, a shared nightmare that each generation and each village could edit, reshape, and use to make sense of the darkness just beyond the firelight. But this shape-shifting terror of the night was not the only monster haunting the Greek imagination. To truly understand Lamia's place in the pantheon of fear, we must meet her often confused counterpart, a demon known as Impausa. Where Lamia's story was a personal tragedy of love and loss, Impausa's origin was one of allegiance and dark magic. She was a servant, a loyal and fearsome attendant of the goddess Hecate, the deity of magic, crossroads, and ghosts. This connection placed Impausa firmly within a structured supernatural hierarchy. She did not act from her own cursed grief, but often on the command or within the domain of her mistress, haunting the lonely places where the worlds of the living and the dead blurred together. Like Lamia, Impausa was a shapeshifter and a predator who threatened the young. Ancient comedies, like those of Aristophanes, would use her name to frighten characters, and she was said to feast on the flesh of her victims. It is this core overlap, a female demon who shifts form and preys upon human vitality, that caused even ancient writers to sometimes use the names interchangeably, blending the two into a single generalized specter of the dark. Yet for all their similarities, their differences are profound and telling. Lamia, as we have seen, was a singular figure defined by a specific catastrophic backstory. Her monstrosity was a divine punishment, a reaction to a personal offense against Hera. She was an individual whose pain created a monster. Impausa, in contrast, was more of a type, a member of a class of demons in Hecate's retinue. Her menace was less personal and more atmospheric. She was a hazard of specific locations, particularly crossroads and graveyards, a personification of the dangers that awaited those who wandered into the goddess's uncanny realms. While Lamia was driven by an internal psychological compulsion born of envy and grief, Impausa's actions were often framed as part of her service, a supernatural function in the economy of the underworld. Think of it this way: if Lamia is a rogue agent, a tragic figure turned into a predator by a unique wound, then Impausa is a soldier in a dark army, following the protocols of a different kind of queen. This confusion between the two demons is actually a window into how folklore works. When people told stories to explain the rustle in the bushes or the sudden chill on a lonely road, they were not consulting a strict mythological dictionary. They reached for the nearest, most potent symbol of fear that fit the moment. The name that came to mind, Lamia or Impausus, might depend less on scholarly accuracy and more on regional tradition, the specific threat perceived, or simply which terrifying name had a better rhythm in the warning. The conflation shows us that these entities lived in the popular imagination as fluid concepts, their edges blending to form a more pervasive sense of dread. It was less important to distinguish the servant of Hecate from the victim of Hera, and more important to communicate a universal truth. The night holds feminine-shaped horrors that can change form and steal your future. By understanding both, we see the full spectrum of this ancient fear, one born from a heartbreaking twist of fate, the other from the inherent dangers of the magical unknown. This belief in a gaze that could blight and wither connects Lamia directly to one of the most pervasive superstitions of the ancient world, the concept of the evil eye, known to the Greeks as bascania. It was a fundamental, almost instinctive belief that envy, even unintentional envy, could manifest as a tangible, harmful force projected through a person's look. A neighbor's admiring glance at your healthy child, a stranger's covetous stare at your fruitful field, these were not just social moments, but potential acts of unconscious magic. That feeling of being watched with resentment was thought to draw vitality away, causing sickness, failure, or decay. Lamia became the ultimate personification of this fear. Her entire existence was now defined by a corrosive, divine-grade envy. Her gaze was no longer that of a grieving mother, but a concentrated beam of Thonos, that destructive spite capable of sapping the life from a child with a single look. Parents did not just fear her claws or her serpentine tail, they feared her eyes upon their sleeping infants. It was believed that even if she could not physically enter a home, her malignant stare, cast from a shadow outside the window, could bring fever, wasting sickness, or sudden death. This transformed the myth from a story about a monster who acts into a story about a monster who is a living embodiment of a glance that kills. The threat became ambient, invisible, and ever-present, requiring not just locks on doors, but magic on the thresholds. To combat this intangible danger, ancient families turned to apotropaic magic, rituals and objects designed to turn away harm. The goal was not to fight Lamia directly, but to deflect her attention, to confuse her gaze, or to present a sight so shocking it would break her concentration. One of the most powerful and common defenses was the image of the Gorgonean, the horrifying face of the Gorgon Medusa with her serpent hair, glaring eyes, and lolling tongue. This was the ultimate weapon of sympathetic magic. The reasoning was beautifully straightforward. To repel a monstrous gaze, you must confront it with an even more monstrous stare. A Medusa head painted above a doorway or carved onto a pendant was not just decoration, it was a shield. It said to any envious spirit, including Lamia, "My gaze is more terrible than yours." Look upon this and be petrified, turned to stone, your own evil reflected back at you. It was a preemptive strike using the language of the enemy. Simpler, more accessible charms were also everywhere. Shiny blue glass beads, often featuring a stylized eye design, were sewn onto children's clothing or hung above their cradles. The blue color itself was considered protective, reminiscent of the sky and warding off spirits of the underworld. But the eye on the beads served a specific function. It was a watchful, unblinking sentinel eye, meant to stare back constantly, to meet and neutralize the harmful gaze before it could reach the vulnerable child. In some traditions, parents would even gently spit on their infants, a small ritual act believed to transfer a bit of the parent's own protective life force and to create a symbolic barrier of moisture that evil could not cross. These practices were born from a deep human need to exert control in a world filled with invisible threats. They gave anxious parents a series of small, tangible actions, painting a symbol, threading a bead, performing a spit, that transformed helpless fear into proactive care. Every amulet hung was a sentence in an ongoing silent argument with the darkness, a declaration that the story of Lamia would not end with her victory in their home. These objects were the physical grammar of a profound hope, the hope that a mother's love, channeled through a bead or a painted monster, could outstare the envy of a goddess and the grief of a queen. The shadowy connection to Hecate transforms Lamia from a solitary predator into part of a spectral court, while her primary story remains tied to Hera's wrath. Later traditions and local whispers began to place her within the formidable retinue of the goddess of witchcraft and ghosts. Hecate herself was a deity of profound ambiguity, worshipped at three-way crossroads with offerings of food left at the new moon. She held sway over magic, necromancy, and all the things that slithered through the boundary between worlds. Her followers were not soldiers but phantoms, a host of restless spirits known as phasmata. To be counted among them was to be absorbed into a deeper, more ancient order of night. This association did not erase Lamia's personal tragedy, but it contextualized it within a vast and eerie cosmology. She was no longer just a monster created by a specific act of divine jealousy. She became one of many terrors that served the will of a more powerful mistress of the dark. Imagine her now, not merely haunting the outskirts of villages, but gliding alongside other shapeless horrors in the train of a goddess whose very footsteps left phosphorescent trails on the dew-damp earth. This link to Hecate's domain amplified every aspect of Lamia's menace. It explained her supernatural ability to shift form, a classic trait of Hecate's servants who could appear as women, beasts, or columns of mist. It rooted her in the liminal spaces Hecate governed, those thresholds between day and night, the village and the wild, the living and the dead. A crossroads was not just a place where paths met, it was a crack in reality, a point of decision and potential wrong turns. As a spirit of Hecate, Lamia's predation gained a new symbolic layer. She became a danger inherent to those transitional, vulnerable moments. The journey home at dusk, the infant's first breath outside the safety of the birth chamber, the instant a parent's vigilance wavers. Her threat was the danger of the threshold itself. This association also offered a grim kind of solace to the terrified ancient mind. If Lamia was part of Hecate's host, then she operated within a system, however terrifying. She was subject to a higher, albeit dark, authority. This meant her movements might be predictable according to Hecate's sacred times, like the dark of the moon, and her power might be counteracted by the same apotropaic rites used to honor the goddess offerings of garlic, honey, and eggs left at crossroads to appease the spirits of the night. In this role, Lamia the tragic individual faded somewhat, and Lamia the archetypal night hag emerged. She became a standardized unit of fear, a recognizable member in the taxonomy of darkness that helped people map the unseen perils around them. Her personal grief was now enveloped by the impersonal, eternal chill of the magical night, making her story not less tragic, but infinitely more vast. The serpentine path of this myth did not end at the borders of Greece. As Roman legions and scholars absorbed the conquered Hellenistic world, they encountered Lamia and brought her into their own pantheon of nightmares. The Roman poet Horace, in his first-century satires, provides our clearest Latin snapshot. He writes of a wealthy man named Nasidanus, whose overly elaborate dinner party becomes a disaster. To mock the host's pretentiousness, Horace has a guest whisper a cutting joke, saying the feast is so dismal it could frighten away even a Lamia. This casual reference is telling. Horace assumes his Roman audience knows exactly who Lamia is, and he uses her as a universal shorthand for a terrifying, child-snatching monster. He retains her core Greek identity, emphasizing her fearsome reputation rather than her tragic backstory. For Roman writers, Lamia often served as a convenient, imported symbol of primal horror, a ready-made monster from the sophisticated Greek culture they so admired and emulated. Yet Rome was not a blank slate. It had its own deep well of native terrors, creatures that slithered through the collective unconscious long before Greek myths arrived. The most direct parallel was the Strix, a nocturnal bird of ill omen. The Strix was believed to be a shape-shifting witch or demon that flew by night, often with a screeching cry, to feed on the blood or internal organs of unattended infants. The similarities to Lamia are striking, a predatory female entity targeting the vulnerable young under cover of darkness. This native Strix created a cultural echo chamber. When Romans heard the Greek tales of Lamia, they did not encounter an entirely foreign concept. They heard a variation on a theme they already knew intimately. This likely allowed the Lamia myth to embed itself more easily, grafting onto an existing root of fear. The Strix was perhaps more bestial, more directly linked to the image of a screech owl, while Lamia carried the weight of her specific divine tragedy. But in the practical, fearful mind of a Roman parent guarding a cradle, the distinction might have blurred. Both were names for the same unspeakable dread, the same reason to keep the oil lamp burning just a little longer. This cultural transmission reveals something profound about myths. They are not static artifacts, but living ideas that travel. Lamia's journey from Greece to Rome shows how a story can cross empires, carried by literature and word of mouth, and find a new home because it speaks to a universal human anxiety. The Romans did not need to invent her from scratch, they recognized her. In doing so, they ensured her legend would not fade with the fall of a single civilization, but would be passed forward, a dark seed ready to sprout in the fertile soil of later ages. The transition from pagan Rome to Christian Europe was not a clean break, but a long, slow alchemy of belief. Ancient monsters did not simply vanish with the old gods, they were instead rebaptized in the waters of a new faith, their forms shifting to serve a different kind of moral order. Lamia, the serpentine queen of envy, underwent one of the most telling of these transformations. In the hands of medieval Christian writers, her tragic backstory of divine love and Hera's wrath was largely stripped away, deemed a dangerous pagan fiction. What remained was her most visceral, horrifying action, the predation of children. This core horror was no longer a curse from a jealous goddess, but evidence of a far more sinister allegiance. Lamia was systematically recast as a servant of Satan, a witch, a succubus, a clear and present demon in a cosmic war for souls. The Vulgate Bible, St. Jerome's foundational Latin translation, played a pivotal role in this demonization. In the book of Isaiah, a passage describing a desolate land where wild creatures dwell uses the Hebrew word Lilith, a name for a desert demon or screech owl. Jerome, seeking a familiar term for his readers, translated this word as Lamia. With this single scholarly choice, Lamia was inscribed into sacred scripture, not as a myth, but as a biblical reality. She was now a creature of the wasted places mentioned alongside satyrs and jackals, her name carrying the weight of divine condemnation. This scriptural anchor gave medieval theologians a powerful tool. They could point to Isaiah and say, "See, this monster is real, and she prowls the ruins of a fallen world." The personal grief that once defined her was replaced by a generic diabolical malice. She became less an individual and more a category, a template for female evil in league with the devil. Her child-eating nature, once a symbol of inverted maternal love, now served a terrifying new narrative about witchcraft. The medieval world lived in profound fear of unseen spiritual attacks, and the sudden, unexplained death of an infant was a frequent, heartbreaking reality. The prevailing belief in maleficium, harmful magic performed by witches, provided a desperate explanation. A witch, it was said, could make a pact with the devil, gaining the power to slip unseen into homes, often in a spectral form, to steal the vitality or even the flesh of newborns. Lamia's ancient profile fit this belief perfectly. She was the original night hag, the prototype for the witch who could transform her shape and cross thresholds to harm the innocent. In sermons and cautionary tales, Lamia's name was invoked alongside local witches, blending classical myth with contemporary panic. Her legend validated the very real witch hunts that would later sweep across Europe, providing an ancient, almost respectable pedigree for the modern fear. Furthermore, her seductive side, highlighted in Philostratus's Tale of Corinth, merged with Christian lore about succubi, female demons who preyed upon men in their sleep to drain their vitality or lead them into sin. The beautiful illusionist who ensnared Menipus was now seen as a literal agent of hell, using lust to damn souls. This medieval metamorphosis was complete. Lamia was no longer a tragic figure to be pitied, but an absolute enemy to be feared and fought with prayer, holy water, and the sign of the cross. Her story was purified of its pagan complexity, distilled into a simple, potent lesson about the devil's many disguises and the constant vulnerability of the innocent. In this new form, she ceased to be a warning from the past and became a living part of the medieval present, a spectral proof that the darkness at the edge of the village was not just wild, but actively evil. The medieval demon, however, could not be contained by scripture alone. As Europe emerged from the Dark Ages into the light of the Renaissance, a new fascination with classical antiquity brought the ancient Lamia back to the surface, this time not as a theological warning, but as a subject of breathtaking artistic exploration. Painters and sculptors, rediscovering Greek and Roman texts, were captivated by the version of Lamia found in Philostratus, the beautiful seductress whose loveliness was a lethal illusion. This narrative offered the perfect challenge for Renaissance masters obsessed with dualities, the tension between surface and substance, and the deceptive power of beauty. They began to paint her not as a snarling hag, but as a woman of impossible perfection, often in the very moment her disguise is unraveling. One of the most famous depictions is John William Waterhouse's painting from the late 19th century, titled simply Lamia. In it, we see the beautiful enchantress draped in luxurious, translucent silks, seated beside a calm pool. But the reflection in the water does not show a woman, it reveals the sinuous, coiled body of a serpent. The horror is in the quiet revelation, the serene beauty of her face contrasted with the monstrous truth shimmering just beneath the surface. It is a visual parable about the danger of trusting appearances, a theme that resonated deeply in an age of courtly intrigue and political deception. Another powerful representation is Herbert James Draper's The Lamia, painted in the early 20th century. Draper captures a more intimate psychological moment. His Lamia, with flowing red hair and an expression of profound sorrow, cradles a young man who has succumbed to her enchantment. Her human form is exquisite, yet the artist hints at her true nature through the pale, serpentine pallor of her skin and the possessive, almost predatory curve of her arm around her victim. Here, the terror is softened by a palpable melancholy, suggesting the artist saw not just the monster, but the trapped, grieving soul within. These artworks do more than illustrate a story, they expand its meaning. They use color, composition, and expression to explore the very human fascination with the beautiful lie. The artists force the viewer to confront a difficult question: would you, like Menipus, be seduced by such radiance, even knowing the risk? By making her visually desirable, they implicate the audience in the ancient tale, reminding us that the lure is part of the trap. This artistic revival reached its peak in the Romantic era of the 19th century, a period defined by its obsession with the sublime, the exotic, and the intersection of eroticism and death. For Romantic poets and painters, Lamia became an irresistible symbol. John Keats penned a long narrative poem titled Lamia in 1819, which in turn inspired further artworks. Keats leaned fully into the tragedy, portraying her as a being who genuinely loves the young man, Lycius, and who wishes to escape her own monstrous nature to live a human life. Her transformation from serpent to woman is described with aching beauty, and her ultimate exposure by the philosopher Apollonius is framed as a cruel destruction of a fragile dream. Romantic visual art inspired by this poem often focused on the moment of her magical transformation, or the opulent, dreamlike palace she creates, a world of sensual pleasure that is too perfect to be real. These creations shifted the emotional weight of the myth. The Renaissance warned against deception, but the Romantics mourned its loss. In their hands, Lamia's horror was tinged with a deep, tragic glamour, making her a doomed heroine whose only crime was the desire to love and be loved. This aesthetic journey from medieval demon to romantic muse proves the myth's incredible plasticity. Each era painted her in its own image, using her story to dissect its deepest anxieties and desires about beauty, truth, and the terrifying cost of forbidden longing. Keats' poem begins not with a monster, but with a creature in pain. We find Lamia not as a queen or a predator, but as a solitary, shimmering serpent dwelling in the forests of Crete. She is already a being of magic, radiant and lonely. When the god Hermes passes by, she strikes a bargain. She will help him find a nymph he desires if he, in return, will use his divine power to transform her into a woman. This is our first crucial clue to Keats' intent. Lamia actively seeks humanity. Her transformation is not a disguise for predation, but a desperate escape from a form she finds intolerable. She wants to feel, to love, to exist within the warm, fragile world of mortals. Hermes agrees, and in one of the most breathtaking passages in Romantic poetry, the serpent's colorful scales dissolve, her essence melts, and from the writhing coil emerges a woman of breathtaking beauty, weeping with the shock of her new senses. She is born anew, not from envy, but from longing. Her path now leads her to Corinth and to Lycius, a handsome, scholarly young man. Keats paints their meeting as a moment of pure, destined enchantment. Lamia does not ensnare him with a calculated illusion, but with a love that feels as real and urgent to her as it does to him. She speaks to him of love, of a life together, and Lycius is utterly captivated. He sees no serpent, only his heart's desire made flesh. They retreat to a phantom palace she conjures through her magic, a place of sensual luxury and seclusion where they plan their wedding. In this hidden world, their love seems possible. Lamia is tender, devoted, and fearful, her greatest terror being exposure. She pleads with Lycius to keep their love a secret, to avoid the prying eyes of the world, especially those of his old mentor, the philosopher Apollonius. Here, Keats masterfully inverts the ancient roles. The monster is now the vulnerable lover, hiding not to hunt, but to protect a delicate dream. The human world, with its harsh rationality, becomes the threatening force. That force arrives at the wedding feast. Despite Lamia's fears, Lycius insists on a grand public celebration, a fatal craving for social validation. The revelry is in full swing when the uninvited guest appears. Apollonius, with his keen, cruel, prescient, and stinging gaze, enters the hall. He does not shout or brandish a weapon. He simply looks at the bride. Under his relentless, analytical stare, the magic begins to fray. The vibrant colors of the feast dull, the music falters, and Lamia's glorious form starts to waver. She begs Lycius for help, her voice fading, but he is paralyzed, caught between his love and the intimidating authority of his teacher. Apollonius speaks her true name, not as an incantation, but as a clinical diagnosis. A serpent, he declares, exposing not just her form, but the very idea of her love as a fantasy. In that moment of brutal truth, the illusion shatters completely. Lamia lets out a final, agonized shriek and vanishes. The palace, the guests, the splendor all dissolve into thin air, leaving Lycius alone in a cold, empty street. He dies soon after, not from any physical attack, but from the sheer devastation of losing a reality he believed in. Keats' version is a revolutionary act of empathy. He takes the ancient child-snatching demon and reimagines her as the ultimate romantic anti-heroine. Her love for Lycius, while born of magic, is portrayed as authentic and deeply felt. Her tragedy is that she aspires to a human emotional experience that the rigid, rational world refuses to grant her. Apollonius, the figure of wisdom in the original myth, becomes the unambiguous villain. He represents a cold, life-denying reason that must dissect every mystery, that cannot tolerate a beautiful dream, even if it sustains a life. His victory is a hollow, cruel one, leaving only death and emptiness in its wake. This shift is monumental. It moves the moral conflict from a simple battle between good and evil into a painful exploration of the tension between heart and head, between enchanting illusion and desolate truth. Keats asks us, is a lie that brings profound joy and causes no harm truly worse than a truth that destroys everything? By making us sympathize with Lamia, by making us mourn her shattered dream alongside Lycius, Keats ensured the myth would forever carry this poignant modern question within its ancient serpentine coils. Keats' romantic lament for a lost dream points toward a deeper, more modern understanding of this ancient figure. When we strip away the divine curses and serpent scales, what remains is a portrait of catastrophic psychological collapse. Viewed through a contemporary lens, Lamia stops being a supernatural demon and transforms into a powerful, haunting metaphor for the most profound forms of human trauma. Her story can be read as one of the earliest literary depictions of a mind shattered by loss, a mythic blueprint for conditions we now call postpartum depression, postpartum psychosis, and traumatic grief. Consider her sequence of suffering. She experiences a profound bonding with her children, a connection that defines her world, only to have that world annihilated in a single brutal act. The aftermath described in the myth is not rational sorrow, but a consuming, howling void that drives her from her home and distorts her perception of reality. This mirrors the experience of a mother experiencing severe postpartum psychosis, where the mind, under immense hormonal and emotional stress, breaks from consensus reality. The compulsion to harm, which the myth externalizes as a monstrous hunger, can be seen as the terrifying, intrusive thoughts that characterize this condition, thoughts that fill the sufferer with horror and shame, representing not a desire, but a trauma reflex of the deepest self-loathing. In this reading, Lamia's monstrous form is not a physical transformation, but how her internal agony appears to a terrified society. She is grief and trauma made flesh, a walking warning of pain so vast it becomes contagious. Her exile into the wilderness symbolizes the isolation felt by those suffering such invisible wounds, pushed to the edges of the community because their pain is too frightening, too alien, to be held within the walls of the village. The ancient Greeks, lacking our clinical vocabulary, explained this terrifying alteration of a person's soul through the language of divine punishment and physical metamorphosis. They created a monster because they could not yet conceive of a psyche. This psychological interpretation does something remarkable. It reclaims Lamia's humanity. It suggests the core of the myth is not about a vengeful goddess, but about a universal human terror, the fear that unbearable loss could fundamentally unmake who we are, turning a nurturing heart into a source of perceived danger. Her child snatching becomes a grotesque, externalized expression of her own stolen motherhood, a compulsive reenactment of her trauma. Every child she is said to hunt is a phantom of her own, and every failed attempt to fill that void only deepens the original wound. This framing makes the ancient story resonate with urgent contemporary conversations about mental health. It asks us to look at the monsters in our oldest stories and see not just fiends, but fractured people, their behaviors a desperate, distorted language for pain that had no other means of expression. When we hear a myth about a demon driven to steal children, might we also be hearing a 2,000-year-old echo of a cry for help, a community's attempt to name the unnameable tragedy of a mother's mind in torment? This perspective challenges us to listen more carefully to the whispers within the horror. Her journey from ancient myth to modern metaphor finds its echo in the flickering light of our own screens. The figure of Lamia has slithered effortlessly into contemporary horror and fantasy, her story proving endlessly malleable for new generations. In television, she often appears not as a singular monster, but as a type of predatory being. The long-running series Supernatural featured a Lamia as a shape-shifting creature that fed on human flesh, particularly targeting those who felt guilt, cleverly tying her consumption to emotional vulnerability. Similarly, American Horror Story incorporated a Lamia-like figure in its Coven season, presenting a witch who required the consumption of a vital essence to maintain her youth and power, directly channeling the ancient fear of a life-draining feminine force. These portrayals typically emphasize her monstrous, predatory nature, often blending her with vampire or witch lore to create a familiar yet exotic threat. The visual language of modern horror loves her serpentine potential, using special effects to depict a beautiful woman whose jaw unhinges or whose skin ripples with scales at the moment of attack, a direct descendant of those Renaissance paintings revealing the horror beneath the beauty. Video games, a medium built on interactive myth-making, have eagerly adopted her. In titles like the Elder Scrolls series, Lamia appear as aquatic or serpentine enemies, dangerous monsters lurking in swamps and ruins. Here, she is often stripped of her tragic backstory and becomes a combat challenge, a part of the ecosystem of danger. Yet even in this simplified form, her core identity as a deceptive, alluring danger persists. Role-playing games might present her as a seductive boss character who uses charm magic, forcing players to resist her illusions before they can strike. This interactivity makes the ancient warning personal, the player stepping into the role of Apollonius or a doomed Lycius, tasked with seeing through the enchantment to survive. Perhaps the most interesting modern adaptations occur in fantasy literature, where authors have the space to explore her tragic dimensions. Numerous novels reimagine her not as a villain, but as a complex anti-heroine, much like Keats did. She might be a cursed queen seeking redemption, a lonely creature longing for connection, or a vengeful spirit whose actions are framed as a response to historical wrongs. These stories delve into the psychology of immortality and grief, asking what centuries of loneliness and loss would do to a mind. They often restore the empathy Keats introduced, making her a sympathetic point of view character. This evolution highlights the myth's dual power. It can serve as a quick shorthand for a seductive monster, a convenient creature for a monster of the weak plot. But in the right hands, it becomes a profound exploration of otherness, trauma, and the price of eternal life. Modern horror uses her to scare us with body terror and sudden reveals. Modern fantasy uses her to break our hearts, Both approaches testify to the story's foundational strength. Whether she is a boss to be defeated or a soul to be understood, Lamia continues to ask us the same unsettling questions about beauty, deception, and the monstrous shapes of enduring pain. Her presence in our pop culture is a testament to an unbroken thread of fascination, proving that some shadows from the ancient world are still long enough to touch us today. That linguistic trail leading back to Lamos and Lamiros hints at a fear far older than Greece itself. To truly grasp Lamia's origins, we must look east, across the Aegean, and into the heart of ancient Mesopotamia, where a demon named Lamashtu carved terror into clay tablets over 1,000 years before Homer sang of heroes. Lamashtu was not a vague spirit, but a meticulously described entity. She was depicted with a lioness's fierce head, the teeth of a donkey, and long, unkempt hair. She rode through the night not on a chariot, but straddling a donkey, often clutching serpents in each hand. Her target was chillingly specific. Lamashtu preyed upon pregnant women, stealing their unborn children, and upon newborns, snatching infants from their mothers' arms to drink their blood and gnaw their bones. She was the personification of every possible thing that could go wrong in childbirth and infancy, a cause for the inexplicable fevers, birth defects, and sudden crib deaths that haunted the ancient world. The parallels to the later Greek Lamia are too stark to ignore. Both are female demons. Both specialize in hunting the most vulnerable children and infants. Both represent a fundamental inversion of the nurturing, life-giving mother, becoming instead a consumer of that life. This is not a case of minor similarity, it is a shared blueprint of terror. So how did this blueprint travel? The ancient Near East and the Greek world were not isolated. Through trade, war, and the slow seepage of ideas along the Mediterranean coast, stories and symbols migrated. It is entirely plausible that the concept of a child-snatching demoness traveled west from Mesopotamia, perhaps carried by Phoenician traders or found in the lore of Anatolian cultures. Upon reaching the Greek peninsula, this raw, terrifying archetype needed a local context. The Greeks, with their rich pantheon and love for personal tragedy, provided one. They grafted the monstrous function onto a new story, giving her a name from their own language, Lamia the Gullet, and a heartbreaking origin involving Zeus, Hera, and stolen children. What was in Mesopotamia a demonic force of nature became in Greece a divine punishment, a monster with a motive and a history. This transformation speaks to a profound, universal human experience. Separated by vast distances and different languages, the civilizations of Mesopotamia and Greece confronted the same harrowing reality: high infant mortality. In an age without modern medicine, the loss of a child was a common, yet always devastating, tragedy. To make sense of this pain, to give it a shape that could be argued with, bargained with, or warded off, both cultures independently arrived at a similar supernatural explanation. They created a feminine monster. This was not a coincidence. The fear was so primal, so tied to the core anxiety of continuing a family and a community, that it demanded a powerful, personalized symbol. Limeshtu and Lamia are that symbol, two iterations of the same deep-seated dread. One emerged from the river valleys of the Tigris and Euphrates, the other from the mountains and islands of the Aegean, but both served the same human need, to name the shadow in the nursery, and to look that terrifying name in its lioness eyes or its hollow sockets and try to find a way to survive the night. This ancient dread of a child-stealing specter is not unique to the shores of the Mediterranean. If we listen to the whispers carried on winds across the world, we hear the same terrifying story told in 100 different tongues. The fear of losing a child to an unseen, malignant force is a universal human thread, weaving through countless cultures and producing a chilling family of folkloric kin. In the deep, snow-laden forests of Slavic lands, children were warned of Baba Yaga. She was not a serpent, but a crone who lived in a hut perched on giant chicken legs, surrounded by a fence topped with human skulls. Baba Yaga was an ambiguous figure, sometimes a helper, but often a kidnapper who would snatch the unwary, especially young ones, to presumably cook and eat them. Her bony leg, her iron teeth, and her appetite for human flesh made her a figure of primal terror, a personification of the wild, consuming forest itself. Far to the east, in the icy mountains of Japan, the Yuki-Anna, or Snow Woman, drifted silently, appearing as a breathtakingly beautiful woman with pale skin and long black hair. She was a spirit of the blizzard. To lone travelers, she might bring a frozen death, but legends also tell of her stealing the breath from infants or leading children astray in snowstorms. Her beauty a cold, lethal illusion, much like Lamia's own seductive form. In the rich tapestry of Hindu mythology, we find the demoness Putana, sent by the tyrant King Kamsa to kill the infant god Krishna. She disguised herself as a beautiful, nurturing wet nurse. Her milk, however, was poisoned, a horrific perversion of maternal care designed to murder the child she pretended to nourish. Though her story ends with her divine defeat, her archetype is clear: the treacherous stranger who uses the guise of motherhood to infiltrate and destroy. What do these disparate entities, from a Russian forest witch to a Japanese ice spirit to a poisoned nurse, have in common with our Greek Lamia? They are all answers to the same unbearable question. When a child falls ill with a sudden fever, vanishes near a dark wood, or does not wake from a winter's sleep, what explanation can the human heart bear? These myths provide that explanation. They give a face, a name, and often a set of rules to the formless tragedy. Do not wander into the deep forest, or Baba Yaga will take you. Do not go out in a blizzard, or the Yuki-Anna will freeze your breath. Do not trust a stranger with your child, for she may be a Putana. Lamia's story, with its divine curses and serpentine form, is simply the Greek verse in this global chorus of caution. Each culture dressed its deepest anxiety in the clothing of its own environment and beliefs, but the core melody remained the same, a protective, terrifying lullaby meant to keep the young safe from a world filled with invisible threats. This shared folklore reveals something fundamental: our need to transform random misfortune into a narrative, because a story with a monster, however frightening, is a story that can potentially be outsmarted, appeased, or survived. These ancient whispers of terror left a permanent mark on the physical world. Archaeologists sifting through the dust of Greek and Roman homes have uncovered a silent language of fear, etched into bone, baked into clay, and strung on cords of leather. Among the most common finds in domestic spaces, especially in rooms associated with childbirth and children, are protective amulets. The image of the Gorgon Medusa, with her wild hair of snakes and her petrifying stare, appears again and again on pendants, plaques, and tiny figurines. This was not a morbid decoration, but a calculated defensive weapon. The logic was beautifully direct: to repel a monstrous gaze, you confront it with a stare even more monstrous. A Medusa amulet hanging above a doorway or a cradle was a preemptive strike, a magical shield declaring that any envious spirit, Lamia included, would meet its own doom in that reflected glare. Alongside these fearsome faces, archaeologists find simpler, humbler objects: tiny bronze bells, their soft chime meant to drive away silent spirits with sound. Beads of vibrant blue glass, often shaped like an eye, were sewn onto a child's clothing. The blue evoked the protective sky, and the ever-watchful eye symbol served as a sentinel, staring back at any harmful glance to neutralize its power before it could reach the vulnerable wearer. Inscribed lead tablets, buried at thresholds, called upon gods and demons alike to keep specific evils away from the household. These artifacts were not mere superstition. They were the essential hardware of peace of mind. They transformed an intangible, terrifying myth into a problem that could be managed with a physical object you could hold, hang, or hide. The belief in Lamia directly shaped these material choices, turning every home into a fortress equipped with magical defenses. The rituals performed within those walls were just as tangible. Before a birth, a room might be purified with smoke from sulfur or certain herbs believed to repel spirits. After the child arrived, specific protective rites were performed. A common practice across the Mediterranean involved the father carrying the newborn around the family hearth, formally introducing the child to the household's protective deities and symbolically encircling it with the fire's sanctity. Perhaps most poignant is the widespread ritual of spitting. A parent or relative would gently spit on a newborn, often 3 times. This was not an act of disgust, but a profound transfer of personal protective essence. Spittle was seen as containing a fragment of a person's life force and spirit. By spitting on the infant, the adult was sharing their own vitality, creating a symbolic barrier of their own essence that evil forces could not cross. These daily and life cycle rituals show a society engaged in a constant, quiet negotiation with the darkness suggested by myths like Lamia's. Every amulet hung was a sentence in an ongoing argument with fate. Every ritual performed was a reaffirmation of order over chaos, a declaration that love would wield whatever tools were available, clay, metal, spit, or smokes, to guard its most precious creation. The archaeology of fear reveals not a people paralyzed by their stories, but a civilization actively building walls of meaning against the night, using the very myths that terrified them as blueprints for protection. The night air is cool on my skin, a skin that remembers being human. They think I hunt, you know. They think this hunger is a choice, a monster's pleasure. It is not. It is a scream that never leaves my throat. I feel it first as a tightening in this hollowed chest, a phantom ache where tiny hearts once beat against mine. Then the memories come not as pictures but as sensations, the weight of a small head in the crook of my arm, the scent of milk and sleep, the sound of a laugh that was the sun itself. And then nothing, a silence so absolute it becomes a sound of its own, a ringing void that drowns out the world. That is when the compulsion begins. It is not me, it is the curse, a second heartbeat inside me, cold and serpentine. It whispers that if I can just hold another, if I can just fill this emptiness with warmth, the pain will stop. For a moment, I almost believe it. I see a child sleeping, peaceful and whole, and for a second, I am not a demon. I am a mother again, drawn to the cradle by love. But then the curse twists the thought. Love becomes hunger, longing becomes need. The gentle hands that yearn to cradle become these claws that must take. And I am a spectator in my own body, screaming silently as I move toward the very thing I would give eternity to protect. I see the fear in the parents' eyes when they sense me. I hear the tales they tell to keep their young safe from the monster. They do not know the monster weeps with them. They do not know that every child I have ever been blamed for stealing is another ghost added to the procession of my own. Hera's genius was not in making me a beast, it was in making me aware. She left me my mind, my memory, my love, so I would have to watch myself become the very thing that destroyed me. I rage at her, at Zeus, at the golden, uncaring heavens, but my rage has no direction, no outlet. It turns inward, a poison I drink every night. This form, this scaled and twisted thing, is just the outside of how I feel. I am a wound given legs, I am grief that learned to walk. So when you whisper my name to frighten your children, understand you are speaking of a truth. The dark is real, the loss is real, but sometimes the monster in the dark is just a prisoner, condemned to forever mourn the light she can never again hold. This brings us to a silent figure in the shadows of this tragedy, the one who lit the fuse and then walked away. Zeus, the king of gods, is often framed as a passive player in Lamia's fate, a distant lover whose only crime was attraction. But if we look closer, his role shifts from romantic lead to prime architect of disaster. He did not merely notice a beautiful queen, he pursued her, knowing full well the celestial law he was breaking and the jealous fury that guarded it. His divine power made the affair possible, but it was his mortal-scale irresponsibility that made it catastrophic. In the economy of this myth, Zeus takes what he desires and then abdicates all responsibility for the consequences, leaving a mortal woman to face the focused vengeance of an immortal wife. His is the sin of creation without protection, of ignition without regard for the firestorm. Where is Zeus when Hera's wrath descends upon the nursery? The myths are conspicuously silent. He offers no shield, no intervention, not even a word of regret. He vanishes from the narrative, leaving Lamia utterly alone in her devastation. This is not the action of a powerful protector. It is the behavior of a sovereign who views mortal lives as disposable scenery in his divine dramas. Lamia's entire world is destroyed as collateral damage in a marital dispute on Olympus, a dispute he himself provoked. Interpretations of Zeus in this light paint him as the ultimate negligent authority figure. His power is absolute, but his accountability is non-existent. He embodies a terrifying idea present throughout Greek mythology, that the gods are forces of nature, capable of great gifts and profound beauty, but also of a casual, catastrophic carelessness. Their whims have weight, and that weight crushes mortal lives without a second thought. Lamia's transformation, then, is not just Hera's punishment, but a direct result of Zeus's failure. He ignited a love that could not survive in the world he ruled, and then he left the mortal he claimed to cherish to be consumed by the fallout. This raises a haunting question that echoes far beyond this single myth. What is the true cost of loving a power that recognizes no responsibility for the damage it causes? Lamia's serpentine form is not just a symbol of her envy, but a monument to divine abandonment. Yet to label Hera merely jealous is to misunderstand the very architecture of Olympus. Her rage was not petty, it was jurisdictional. As the goddess of marriage, her domain was not simply a personal relationship with Zeus. It was the sacred cosmic institution that held human and divine society together. Every one of Zeus's public infidelities was not just a personal betrayal. It was a direct assault on her divine portfolio, a delegitimization of the very order she was sworn to uphold. Imagine the humiliation not of a wife, but of a CEO whose authority is publicly and repeatedly undermined by her own business partner. Lamia, in this light, was not just a romantic rival. She was a precedent, a mortal queen living openly as a king's consort, her children potential claimants to divine favor, all while Hera's own marriage was rendered a hollow pageant. To allow this to stand would be an admission of impotence. It would signal to every nymph, every mortal princess, that the Queen of Heaven's decrees were meaningless. Her punishment, therefore, was a public service announcement carved into a woman's soul. It was a demonstration, brutal and unforgettable, of what happens when the boundaries of her domain are breached. She enforced the contract of her marriage with the terror of a sovereign defending her borders. This was not about erasing a person, it was about erasing the possibility. Lamia had to become a lesson so terrible that no one would ever dare challenge Hera's authority in such a flagrant way again. In making Lamia a monster, Hera was not merely venting spleen, she was performing the essential grim maintenance of her cosmic office, ensuring that the fear of her wrath would uphold the social order where respect for her power had failed. There is a quiet, practical genius in how this terrifying story was put to work. In the dim light of a Greek home, far from the halls of Olympus, the myth of Lamia was not just a tale, it was a tool. For the mothers and nurses tasked with keeping curious, energetic children safe in a world of open hearths, busy streets, and genuine physical dangers, Lamia became the ultimate behavioral guide. Her name was a shorthand for a complex set of rules. A child who wandered too close to a well might be told Lamia lurked in its depths. A little one who refused to come inside at dusk would hear that Lamia's hunt began with the shadows. This was not mere cruelty, it was a survival strategy. The myth translated abstract parental warnings into a concrete, unforgettable image. Do not stray, do not disobey, do not venture into the unknown, because a very specific monster with a very specific hunger is waiting for you. The story externalized the parent's own fear, giving it a form the child could understand and fear in turn. In this way, folklore became the first line of defense, a cultural immune system that used narrative to inoculate the young against real-world harm. Lamia was the consequence made flesh, a socializing agent that taught caution, obedience, and the importance of staying within the safe, illuminated circle of the family. But the lesson was not just for children. The myth also served as a powerful mirror for the mothers themselves, reinforcing the societal ideal of the virtuous woman. In the Greek worldview, the exemplary mother and wife was Sophron, self-controlled, modest, and contained within the domestic sphere. Her power was inward, focused on managing the household and nurturing the lineage. Lamia presented the horrific inversion of every one of these virtues. She was the woman utterly uncontained, driven from her home into the wild. Her self-control was shattered, replaced by a ravenous public hunger. Her nurturing instinct was grotesquely perverted into predation. By telling her story, the community was not just frightening children, it was drawing a stark, terrifying line around acceptable female behavior. This, the myth whispered, is what happens when a woman steps outside her role, when her passions, whether for a god or for grief, overwhelm her reason and her duty. Lamia was the ultimate cautionary tale for women, a constant reminder that transgression led not just to personal ruin, but to a monstrous transformation that threatened the very fabric of the family and community she was meant to protect. This dual function reveals the deep mechanics of folklore. These stories are rarely just entertainment. They are the vessels that carry a culture's deepest rules and most nagging fears. They encode societal values in a memorable, emotionally charged package. The Lamia myth packaged the fear of child mortality, the anxiety over female sexuality and power, and the rules for social order all into one compelling, terrifying figure. She was a living lesson in cause and effect, the cause stepping beyond the boundaries set by gods and society, the effect a curse that turns your greatest love into your defining horror. She acted as a potent warning against any form of transgression, making the abstract dangers of social disorder feel immediate and personal. Every time her name was spoken to hush a child or to gossip about a neighbor who seemed too independent, the community was subtly reinforcing its own walls, using the shadow of a monster to police the sunlight of daily life. The story's power lay in this very utility. It was a flexible, frightening tool that helped maintain the fragile order of a world where so much, from a child's health to a woman's destiny, felt perilously uncertain. That divine tragedy, however, was not the story told in every home. For the myth to survive, it had to travel. It journeyed down from the marble temples and the scrolls of philosophers out into the dusty villages and along the trade routes, passed from one generation to the next by the firelight. And in that journey, something inevitable happened. The story began to shed its weight. The intricate details of Zeus's passion and Hera's cosmic wrath, the royal lineage of Libya, the specific names of lost children, these were the first elements to fade. They were the ornaments of high myth, meaningful to poets and priests who pondered the quarrels of gods, but less urgent to a tired parent trying to get a restless child to sleep. What remained, what stuck in the mind with the tenacity of a burr, was the core, terrifying image. A woman, once beautiful, now twisted by grief into something not quite human, who steals children in the night. The divine curse became a simple, dreadful fact. The reason why she did it mattered less than the undeniable truth that she did it. She transformed from Lamia, the specific tragic queen, into a Lamia, a type of creature, a standard piece in the toolkit of fear. This is the natural evolution of folklore. Oral tradition is a ruthless editor. It prioritizes function over fidelity, retaining only the elements that serve a clear purpose in the daily life of the community. The purpose of the Lamia story for most people was not to contemplate the nature of divine justice, but to enforce a practical rule: keep the children close after dark. So the myth simplified, hardening into a potent, efficient boogeyman tale. Her name became a versatile verb, a warning hissed in the gloom. Don't cry, or the Lamia will hear you. Don't wander off, or the Lamia will take you. The elaborate backstory was a luxury. The chilling result was a necessity. This process reveals how cultures metabolize their most complex stories. The psychological depth, the theological nuance, These are the first casualties when a myth enters the bloodstream of everyday life. What endures is the stark, emotional punch, the symbol that directly addresses a universal fear. The grieving queen of the gods drama became, in countless bedtime whispers, simply the child-stealing hag at the edge of the woods. Her tragedy was compressed into her function, and in that simplification, she achieved a different kind of immortality, one not written on parchment, but etched into the instinctual caution of generations. From a sunlit queen to a creature of eternal night, Lamia's journey is a map of human fear itself. Her story began in the glittering courts of Libya, a woman touched by divine love, and ended, or perhaps transformed, into a warning whispered for millennia. We have watched her royal life shattered by a goddess's wrath, her maternal love inverted into a monstrous hunger, and her name become a tool for parents and a caution for societies. We have seen philosophers expose her illusions and romantic poets weep for her lost humanity. This is not a simple tale of a monster, but a layered exploration of what happens when the deepest wells of love and grief are poisoned by forces beyond our control. Lamia endures because she is a mirror held up to our most primal anxieties. She gives a face to the unspeakable fear of losing a child, a shape to the consuming darkness of traumatic grief, and a form to the predatory stranger who threatens the sanctity of the home. She is the ultimate outsider, the woman whose pain exiled her from the human community, forever circling the firelight she can no longer join. But to see her only as a monster is to miss the profound tragedy at her core. She is a victim of divine carelessness, a casualty in a celestial war, a soul so thoroughly broken that its pieces reassembled into a predator. She is a symbol of how society can brand the most profound suffering as monstrous, pushing it to the wilderness rather than seeking to understand it. Her serpentine tail and hollow eyes are not just features of a demon, they are the external scars of an internal devastation. Thank you for joining this deep exploration of one of mythology's most complex and haunting figures. The story of Lamia reminds us that the oldest monsters are often born from the deepest wounds. I would love to hear your thoughts in the comments below. Does she evoke more pity or fear in you? Where do you see echoes of her story in the tales told by your own culture? If you enjoyed this journey into the shadows of myth, please subscribe for more explorations into the stories we tell in the dark. May your night be peaceful, your dreams gentle, and your threshold guarded against all unseen sorrows. Sweet dreams.